Oh, oh, me. All right. Okay. Hi guys. How y'all doing, man? I'm back. How y'all doing? I haven't. Sorry, I have not uploaded in a couple of days, man. I've been taking some time off. I've been going through a lot of stuff in my life, man. So I'm sorry I haven't really uploaded since. Let's see. I think it was last week. I believe. Let me see here a minute. I'm going out of town again tomorrow, so I probably won't be here. Let me see. Uh, Give me a minute here. Hmm. Mm. Yeah, July 16th. I haven't uploaded since July 16th. Haven't uploaded for 3 days. Um, One of those reasons why I haven't uploaded is because um I was gonna go out of town to Atlanta, but well, that didn't go very well actually. And we had a pretty bad storm here yesterday. Uh, and we were gonna go Friday too, but that didn't work out either. So, I tried to watch the Braves Yankees game, but it wasn't working on LBTV, bro. And yeah, bro, I just see this world just, I don't know, man, falling apart the way it's going. It's just things are acting very strange this year and weird. I have to admit, I keep seeing more and more strange stuff every day. You know, I'm not saying this is either. I'm not saying that's a side of things happening, but yeah, bro, Atlanta hardly ever beats the Yankees, and like not by that much. I think that game was rigged. I look at the odds, and Atlanta was really favored. I think like 100 and negative 180 to plus 120 according to like the. Anyway, I don't know, but yeah, the final score was 7-3, which was just nuts, bro. And personally, and I just been going through a lot, man. I've been going through a lot of stuff. I'm beginning to question if maybe I should have made a better decision. I mean, I should have done something different with my life because I've been going through a lot of stuff, man. I don't know if it's depression and anxiety or what, but I've been going, man. I hadn't been able to sleep well lately, and I've been also having, uh, I don't know, man. I feel like I've got like demonic influence over my life or something. There's been a lot of hard stuff going on in my life, uh, and it's been difficult lately, man. Including me being alone. I've been trying to do. I've been trying to make. I've been trying to tell people about what's going on with stuff, but it's been a lot of tough stuff going on. So yeah, man. Um I do see us getting out of here soon, pretty soon. You know, whether that, but I don't know. I don't think that will be till August or September at this point now. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff happening, man. Um, I don't think I'm going to be here because I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm going to be studying soon for CompTIA A plus, my computer certification. So I'm not going to be uploading as much going into the future, but I don't know. We'll have to see where things go. There's just a lot of stuff going on, man. A lot of stuff happening, and I don't know where things are gonna go. But I want to try to get back to studying for my certification, but I'm going through a lot. I had some really bad stuff happen to me the last 2 days, and I kind of had to, you know, take a break, or take some time away from stuff, you know. But yeah, man, it's been really hard. Um, Including losing my best friend, and just a lot of stuff. I've not been in a very good place, man. But I'm trying. Appreciate y'all supporting me and my stuff while I've been gone. Thank you. And I've been trying to do my best to keep that, get that out to you guys and let you know and stuff. But yeah, it's been really difficult. And I've been rethinking about doing something else, but I don't know, and for the future. But I still want to do this. I do, but we'll see where stuff goes and my course. So yeah, but because I haven't made stuff in the last couple of days, we got a bunch of stuff to talk about. We got a lot of stuff to discuss that I wanted to talk about. Stuff going on in the Middle East, and then you have Trump in Congress working on trying to pass this new thing into law, and crypto, and I think that's all part of the, what I believe is like a new world order, or the beast system, and everything, the electronic, the digital currency, CBDCs, and all that. Well, there's a lot of big things going on with that, and just seems to me like that the world is, about to change pretty soon with what's happening, and so many things are happening that we're about to be out of here, soon. I feel like stuff's not gonna hold up long enough at this point. I want to watch that. Uh, I feel like stuff. Uh, I feel like stuff isn't gonna hold up much longer the way things are going, and I just get the feeling that with all these events happening, something's about to happen. And just the world's just, things have just been acting strange with the world, bro. It's just been a lot of weird stuff happening. I just, I just can't help but notice, the world's acting weird. This has been a weird year, and things have been strange. So there's a lot of stuff happening. I mean, I know uh, the signs that are happening. I believe is leading up to the rapture. I don't know, but for most people, they're going to be gone. I mean, most people, they're not going to be here. For us, we're going to be gone. I have a feeling a lot of signs are falling into place, and everything. So, but I don't know, man. We'll just have to see how things go. Like I said, but it very well could be not this year. It very well could be maybe 2 more years or 2028. I don't know, but I was watching a video about the Simpsons predict the future. I was watching a Simpsons predict the future episode for 2026, so obviously maybe. So, but it was really interesting to say the slightest, and yeah, but I've been going through a tough time, man, guys. A lot of hard stuff. I believe the more and more I try to do what I do, the more and more my life has gotten harder, and things are coming to try to stop me and make things more difficult for me. And I believe that now that I've done I believe now that I've gotten into stuff, or I believe now that I'm doing what I'm doing, I've come under a lot of attacks and a lot of difficulties in my life. So yeah, as we get closer to the months coming up, spiritual warfare and stuff is getting more and more intense. So, and it's ramping up. So, the more and more we get closer to stuff happening, the more harder things to get with stuff and the difficulties of things. And we come under a lot of pressure. I mean, we come under a lot of stuff. So, I believe because I found something that I'm doing now, stuff doesn't like what I do, and so it's trying to make my life a lot harder. Because last night I was playing Monopoly. Oh gosh, I was playing Monopoly last night, and that's like something didn't want me to be able to go through what I went through. I'm obviously believe that there's something trying to make my life a lot harder. With stuff, but a lot lately, because there's always something that happens to me where it makes my life more difficult, and I've either got to fix something or got to do something to get it to work. I don't know. And yeah, I was playing Monopoly, and the controllers didn't work, and then we had to swap controllers, and then I had to find another one, and then you had to fix that, and so it was a problem. But yeah, I don't know. Things are really difficult lately, man. They're very difficult. So I've been going through a lot of hard stuff in my life. So I don't know. I do have some news, yeah. I want to talk about the new currency, stablecoin, the CBDCs. There's a lot of news coming out about stuff, and we got some big stuff happening, going on. Just we're getting closer by the day to something happening. I have a feeling. I just don't know when, but I just get the feeling with what's going on with the world that I can't help but think that something's going to happen this year. But I don't know. Anyway, I want to see what this is. Real quick, and then we'll get to what I wanted to talk about.
I'm pretty sure many of you have heard the myth of selling your soul to make it in the music industry, with many of the biggest artists in the world being accused of selling their soul to make it to the very top. But for the most part, most people don't believe in this and think this is all nonsense, something that cannot happen. But what if I told you that isn't the case? What if I told you that there are artists that sell their souls for fame and fortune? Artists who meet the devil face to face and are faced with a decision to either sell their souls to have the world or turn their backs on their dreams. This is exactly what happened to this aspiring artist who, right before she became one of the biggest celebrities in the music industry, was faced with the choice of either selling her soul to the devil or losing everything she worked so hard for. Hey guys, I hope all is well. Welcome back to The Truth Is, where I drop new videos exposing the truth weekly. In today's episode, we will be talking about an artist's experience with the devil and how she almost sold their soul. But before we begin, I just wanted to let my patrons know that I already released a new Patreon exclusive. This Patreon exclusive is about the Iran situation, the Epstein cover-up, and how it all ties into the New World Order. If you're one of my members and you haven't seen that video yet, make sure you check it out after this one. If you're not a member, what are you waiting for? Join the truth movement and help me spread the truth. For $3 a month, not only will you get access to this video, but you'll get access to over 50 other videos, and you'll be directly contributing to me producing these videos. I have another Patreon exclusive that is dropping next week that you won't want to miss either. So if you would like to join, you would find the link in the description and in the comment section. I want to thank you all. Now, let's get right into it. Many people don't believe in selling your soul in the music industry. They think it's just a myth or taboo, something that just doesn't happen. But in reality, if you just take 5 minutes to examine the imagery coming from the music industry, you can literally see the devil oozing out of it. You can feel his presence surrounding the industry and how all of those at the top are forced to serve him. Nowadays, most people have abandoned their spiritual intelligence and instead reject any idea of there being a spiritual realm. But if you take a few moments to see how our world operates, you would understand that the spiritual world and the physical world are running concurrent. They often overlap with each other, and we often see situations where the spiritual world interacts with the physical world. And that's what happens often in the music industry. What most people don't know is that music is a very powerful weapon. In heaven, music was used to praise God. Originally, its design was to praise God in prayer. But after the fall of man, Lucifer hijacked music and used it to lead man away from God. Music was once to praise God, now it's to guide you away from God. In our current world, we are seeing this in full effect, as Hollywood over the years has gotten more and more satanic and demonic. People can't deny that this imagery has been on the rise. But why? If the spiritual world isn't real and the devil isn't real, why are there so many artists that seem to be worshiping the devil and praising the devil? Is it just for shock value? Well, like I've said a million times, it can't be for shock value because most people aren't shocked anymore. When people see satanic imagery nowadays, they just brush it off because it's something that they're used to. So what would be the purpose of an artist using satanic imagery? What would be the purpose of an artist dressing up as the devil, or like Doja Cat using open occult imagery? What's the purpose of any of it? If it's not real, if it has no effect on the audience, and the audience isn't surprised or shocked by it, instead, it might even repulse some fans to not want to consume that music because they don't like that kind of imagery. So what is the purpose of these artists pushing Satanism, demonic imagery, and occult themes through their music? Well, it all goes back to serving the one that gave them everything. If we take a look at the Bible, we understand that Lucifer tried to tempt Jesus Christ in the same way Lucifer tempts artists. He offered Jesus the world, told him that he would make him king and give him everything in this world. All he had to do was bow down to Lucifer. Jesus denied it, but unfortunately, most people don't. Now, I know a lot of people are going to say selling your soul is fake because if that was the case, they would just sell their soul and they'll be rich tomorrow. That's not how selling your soul works. The devil is only interested in those that he has a mission for. The devil is only interested in those that he knows is going to be able to reach millions of people, that he knows is going to be influential. God has chosen several people and given them the ability to be able to sing, to make music, to act, to be able to reach millions of people and influence them. This ability, this power that God has given to these people is supposed to be used in a positive way. It's supposed to be used to direct people to God. And Lucifer knows this. Lucifer, who's hijacked the world and hijacked Hollywood and the music industry, who's actually the creator of it if you think about it, he knows this. And he uses this for his advantage. Instead of having these artists that were meant to praise God and use their power for good, he's done flipped them, offered them the world like he did to Jesus, and now is using them to corrupt you. He's using these celebrities to influence you and guide you away from God. Many people think that Satanist and Satanism and devil worship is you worshiping the devil and you going on the floor and praising the devil. Some people do that. But what true Satanism is, Luciferianism, is self-worship, worshiping yourself. And that's what the music industry pushes. If you take a second to actually think about what music is pushing to you, you start to realize that it's all about self-worship, seeing yourself as God, doing whatever you want. You're the only one that's right. You're the only one that matters. You have to have the flyest clothes. You have to look better than everybody else. You have to buy this expensive jewelry to prove that you're better than anybody else. All of that is self-worship, and it's designed by the devil to convince you to worship yourself. Just like in the story of Adam and Eve, how Lucifer approached Eve and convinced her to eat the fruit by telling her that if she ate the fruit, she would be like gods, knowing good and evil. It's the same technique that Lucifer uses through the music industry. And it's the same thing that we're seeing now. Exactly what we're seeing now. This is why BET and MTV, all they have is satanic music performances every year. Same thing with the Grammys. Same thing with the Oscars. All these places are in honor of the devil. The devil who gave all of them everything. There's tons of artists that are ultra talented and make great music. But when it comes down to it, they do not want to sell their souls. They do not want to work for the devil. And this is exactly what happened to this artist, Christina Channy. According to Christina Channy, she was an upcoming artist in the Miami area. She was actually succeeding and was establishing herself as an upcoming artist. According to her, she worked with big name producers who had worked with several big artists, even Michael Jackson, according to her. And she was in this lifestyle. Christina tells us that she was brought up in this Christian home, but that she wasn't fully devoted in being Christian. She wanted to be of the world and enjoy the pleasures of the world, and that's what made her lose her way. While she was in the music industry, though, she had this odd experience where her producer told her that if she wanted to make it to the next level, she would have to sell her soul. At that very moment, nothing actually happened. But then she tells us a few months later, while she was sleeping, she was actually approached by the devil, who made an offer to her. She says that the devil took her into this dream state place where she felt like she had left Earth, and the devil told her that he would give her everything she wanted. All she had to do was sell her soul. She even explains how the devil presented everything to her like it was a film. Just like essentially in the Bible it explains Lucifer showing Jesus everything that he can give him.
But I'm pursuing it, and my mom would come to some studio sessions with me and be praying under her breath. I didn't know that at the time. I know that now, but she again, it was still devil's music, but just make sure that she was covering me spiritually. And so again, I would ignore a lot of that. I would sometimes get friends sending me videos of so-and-so sold their soul to the devil. And you would just think it's tabloid stuff. So I would shoo it away. I'm like, this is crazy stuff. Until one day.
Come on.
Until the one day that it comes from the horse's mouth. And so I'm working with a producer who's worked with everyone. To name a few, Destiny's Child and Michael Jackson were his biggest artists that he's worked with. So he knows his stuff.
Yeah.
And we're in a session one day, and we take a break. And he's like, let's go for a walk. Now, this studio was in the basement of a hotel in Miami, and the hotel was under renovations. So we're walking around the suites, and we're away from everybody else. And he was a good guy, like nothing weird, but he's like, so let me say something. You know that if you sold your soul to the devil, you can have instant fame tomorrow? So now, this just became real because it came from his mouth. And he's not saying it like a joke. This is real. This is matter of fact. This is, hey, if you did this, both of our careers will be on a whole nother level. Because he was kind of blacklisted at this time. He was trying to get his career back up. And as soon as he said this, I fell on my knees. I felt the weight of my conviction. And I always say this, I felt like there was an angel that either stepped in the room or drew his sword, because I couldn't stand it, neither could he. He found himself on a chair, I'm on the ground, and I'm crying out to God, like, forgive me, because I had this relationship with God where it was like, I'll live crazy, and then before I go to bed, in case I die in my sleep, I'm gonna ask for forgiveness. Because it was that Jesus he died on the cross for your sins. So as long as you ask for forgiveness, you're good. That was my level of faith at that time, or understanding of it. So I would live, however, and then if anything scared me, if I was in a weird airplane ride, Lord forgive me, I promise, whatever, just empty words. So I'm crying out, I don't know how long. I get up, I wipe my eyes, and he's sitting on a chair, like head down, arms on his knees, and we never spoke of that incident ever again. I don't think we said anything to each other. I think we just looked at each other and just walked back to the studio and continued working. But in my mind, I'm like, this is a real thing, that artists do this. This is apparently a real thing. So I have to maintain my Christianity, but yet I'm still pursuing this. So I formed my own righteousness. I'm like, okay, I won't do this. I won't show this much skin. I won't sing certain lyrics. So this is what I started to do.
Wow.
Then that only went so far. So now I'm fully aware that people do this. And it's like, I felt like that opportunity, well, it was an opportunity, but that moment really lifted the scales and really showed me that it's all spiritual. I can't sleep at night because every time I go to sleep, I'm having a nightmare, or I'm waking up with sleep paralysis, like that. You're fully awake, but there's something on me. What is on me? And I just know that there's power in the name of Jesus, and I'm trying to, in the name of Jesus. But I remember one night I'm in New York, and I partied all the time, and I smoked all the time. So I know what my body can handle at this point. And we get back to the apartment at like 4 a.m, go to sleep. At least that was the plan, was to lay down and go to sleep. But as soon as my head hit the pillow and my eyes closed, I was somewhere else. There was no drifting to sleep. It was just instantaneous. Here I am. Where am I? I'm in outer space. Oh my goodness. Now, I've always had prophetic dreams. Warning dreams, of a boyfriend cheating on me, or I'll always have these, like when my dad had cancer, I had a dream and saw the cancer demon. Like I've always had dreams. So I'm thinking, because again, God is good and he'll still forgive me. So I'm thinking, whoa, God, thank you for letting me experience this, because it was more real than this whole world, than us having this conversation. It was so real.
It didn't feel fuzzy like
naturally. It was 5D, 10D. I don't know. It was so crisp and clear, and I didn't feel the need to look at my body because I just knew I was physically there. In my mind, I was physically there. So I'm looking at the stars, and there's this like frequency emitting, vroom, 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 like you could feel like everything was connected and bouncing off of each other. And I'm just like, this is amazing. Like I can feel the vibration that people talk about. I can feel this, and I'm looking around and I'm seeing the earth, and I'm like, whoa, that's the earth. But yet it looked just like a big body of water with the land, and I'm just like, that's interesting. And then I look, past the earth, and I notice what initially looked like the sun. I'm focusing in on it, and it looked like just a suspended lake of fire. That's the only way I can describe it. And when I saw that, I'm like, the sun is shaped weird. Like that's not the sun. Excuse me. And as I'm looking at the sun, this being starts to come in focus, and he's huge, and it's the silhouette of this being, and he's just moving towards me. And I'm looking, he's huge in appearance, and I just knew this was God initially. This is a supernatural being. So I'm looking, and I'm like, God? Or no, I said, Lord? And he said, no, you know who this is. And when he said those words, fear was married with the words. And I immediately, I'm sorry, I didn't mean like that. But I immediately thought, oh no, I missed it. Because remember, I'm always praying before bed, and I stopped. I'm like, oh no, I died in my sleep. Oh no, I'm going to hell. Oh no. Because the fear that with the words, no, you know who this is. The fear that pierced my soul, my being. I'm like, oh no. It's like, no, it's too late. No, it's too late. I'm like, no, Father, forgive me, Lord Jesus, forgive me for lying, forgive me for sleeping around, forgive me for ignoring. I'm just going through all the forgive me fors. Like genuinely, forgive me for ignoring you, forgive me for ignoring you. And Satan, I'm just gonna call it who it is, because I didn't know any other demons. I didn't know any other devils. I just knew Satan. And he said, shut up. Like he was in a rush. And when he spoke, his words weren't audible. I felt them. Like they were, like it would vibrate. Like if you stand next to a big bass system, no, like it was very intense. If you worship me, I will give you all these things. Oh my gosh, I still feel it. Like, in memory. And I just immediately looked to the earth, because the earth started to change and started to show, like project images of the things that he was offering. If I worship him, he'll give me fame, a relationship, whatever, a bunch of stuff. And I'm looking, and I'm like, I immediately felt this weird sense of peace, because I'm like, oh, this is my time to choose. And after he said what he said, I said, no, I'm the daughter of Christ. No. And he called me the B word. Like, disgusted, B word. And then immediately I'm up, like, I'm back in my body. And I'm like, did that just happen? Like, I'm awake. Like, I did not wake up and did I just leave my body and come back to my body kind of thing?
As you heard for yourself, Christina admits that she was approached by the devil in a dream state. And she tells us the experience she went through while the devil was offering her the world. She felt at first that it was God because she knew it was a spiritual entity and not a hallucination or anything like that. And honestly, I 100% believe this story. See, Christina isn't the first artist to admit this and say something like this. Triple X Tentacion, who actually sold his soul, who actually made it to the very top, he basically describes it in the same way. Some of you who have been watching me for a long time know that I have a very great video explaining how Triple X Tentacion sold his soul. I think it's about 2 years old now. I even put a clip of Triple X Tentacion writing down the ritual that he used to make a pact with the devil while he was in jail. He was on a jail call that leaked, and in the jail call, he's speaking to one of his friends that was into witchcraft, and that friend of his gave him a ritual, a sacrifice ritual, that he would have to sacrifice someone to be let out of prison. The ritual obviously worked because he went from jail to becoming one of the biggest artists in the world. Triple X Tentacion has a song called I Met the Devil in Miami. And in that song, he speaks about signing his soul to Baphomet. His own mother admitted that Triple X Tentacion was deep into the occult, deep into Satanism and occult worship, and how she even herself has been consumed by it ever since her son passed away. This is how the devil operates, specifically when it comes to a Christian or someone who was brought up in faith. Like I said, God chooses certain people, and it appears that Christina was one of the chosen ones that was going to be used by God to bring people towards him with her music. But just like many other artists, she was corrupted and tempted by the devil by what he was offering her and the life that she could imagine having. This is what led her astray. The devil knew she had the power within her to lead many towards God. So what he does is he uses his power to corrupt that one person, knowing that that one person has enough influence to influence many more. This is why the music industry is the way it is. So no, not just anybody could be a successful, famous artist, because that's not what the devil wants. The devil doesn't make you a star. God makes you a star. What the devil does is shines the light on you and uses you to corrupt others. You are made a star by God. You're made talented by God. But the devil hijacks you and uses you for his kingdom. A lot of people also have this impression that you can't sell your soul because God owns your soul and you don't own your soul. This is not correct. Our soul is attached to our free will. The moment God gave us free will, he gave us control of our own soul. That's the moment that we choose what we want to do with our life, with our soul, with who we are. So if you choose to serve the devil or serve yourself, you are selling your soul. You are giving your purpose in life to the enemy and not using it to up God. Everything that we're supposed to be doing is supposed to be upping God. It's supposed to be helping people find glory, helping people find God, because most of us are lost. That's just the way it is. The devil has played so many games on people that people nowadays have no direction. And honestly, you can see how the music industry succeeded at corrupting mankind. Just take a look at the music that it pushes and how society has built itself around the music, and where we at to the point where people are the artists. Regular people have become whatever the music promotes. People have already adopted the lifestyle the devil was pushing through the music. Those that have been watching this channel from the beginning should know that I've concentrated a lot of my time exposing the music industry. This is one of the reasons.
You may be at church. You may be at work. You may be asleep. God grant that you will be ready when he makes his personal appearance. My God, what if his appearance occurs on a Sunday morning? My prophetic word to you this morning is get ready! Get ready!
share, subscribe, like this video, and make sure you put your prayer requests on the bottom. Sorry I didn't get on late last night, but the internet's been so bad here. Horribly bad that I couldn't get on. We've had thunderstorms all through the night, all through the day. We're under another flash flood watch now. So it's just been one thing after another. But the internet has been horrible here. And it's not just here. Sister Gigi's facing this over in California. Sister Shelley, same thing over there. Seems to be happening everywhere. There's something wrong with the internet. Don't know what it is, can't explain it, but there is something going on with it. Now, if you watch Monkey Works over there, he's been talking about all the cyber attacks. He can trace those attacks. He's got a program that literally lets him see all the attacks we're getting through the day, and it's been off the charts. So that's possibly why we're seeing the buffer and all this stuff that's happening. Facebook, YouTube, all of it's been crashing left and right, including the Weather Channel, of all things. Now, I want to get into something that is big, and it seems to be a warning. Now remember, everybody comes here because I'm a watchman. And I'm pretty bold. I say what I'm going to say, and I don't care what anybody thinks. Because I work for the Lord. I don't work for people. And if I get a credible warning, I'm going to tell you. Because that's why God has me here. I'm not scared of the consequences behind it. But here's the thing. We've gotten to the point, like I said, I don't look for the rapture date. I don't look for it. God knows that about me. Could care less. As long as we're all home together, could care less. Now, if you don't have Medic for Christ, you need to go over and subscribe to it. Wonderful guy. His name's Michael. And I'm going to tell you how God led me to Michael, because I didn't know Michael. Never have.
Jesus said something that should make every churchgoer stop in their tracks. In Matthew 7:21-23, he said, "Not everyone who says to me, 'Lord, Lord,' will enter the kingdom of heaven. Many will say to me on that day, 'Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name, cast out demons in your name, do many mighty works in your name?' And then I will declare to them, 'I never knew you. Depart from me, you workers of lawlessness.'" Did you catch that? They thought they were saved. They used his name. They did church things. They looked the part. And Jesus still said, "I never knew you." Not, "I used to know you." Not, "You lost your salvation." "I never knew you." That's terrifying. These weren't atheists. These were religious people, churchgoers, maybe even pastors, people who knew the language, but not the Lord. They had religion, not relationship. They had works, but no worship. And if Jesus said many would fall into this category, how many people sitting in churches today are fooling themselves? How many said a prayer once, but never repented? How many raised their hand, but never surrendered? How many think they're saved because they believe in God? But even demons believe, and they tremble? James 2:19 says, "You believe that God is one. You do well. Even the demons believe and shudder." Belief alone isn't salvation. True faith produces fruit. True faith leads to obedience. True faith costs you your old life. Jesus said in Luke 9:23, "If anyone would come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross daily and follow me." Not just on Sunday. Not just when it's convenient. Daily. Being a Christian isn't about checking a box. It's not about church attendance, emotional experiences, or reciting a prayer at age 7. It's about knowing Jesus, loving him, obeying him. 1 John 2:4 says, "Whoever says I know him but does not keep his commandments is a liar, and the truth is not in him." That's the Bible talking, not me. If that verse makes you uncomfortable, good. Let it shake you. Let it wake you up. The worst thing isn't being lost. It's being lost and thinking you're saved. Examine yourself. Are you truly born again? Has your heart changed? Do you hunger for God's word? Do you hate your sin? Do you obey Jesus even when it's hard? Salvation isn't earned. It's by grace through faith. But real faith always produces real change. Don't gamble with eternity. Jesus doesn't just want your words. He wants your life. Don't forget to like and subscribe. If you enjoyed this video,
believe now that the devil could have come to me back in January and offered me a deal. I was wrong.
If you study prophecy, it pretty much, him getting back in office pretty much pushed prophecy way more forward than in previous years. And he's doing things a lot faster to either get us out of here soon or we won't be here. You know, most of us. You know, and everything, right? And I just feel like it's accelerating, everything's falling into place, and if all the stuff that's happening that it said would not happen. The game of prophecy, where it said, shut up the word, seal the book till the time of the end. People shall go to and fro with knowledge shall increase. It's happening. You know, and everything, right? And all this stuff that they said, there's all stuff that they've said that would not happen in recent years is now happening in right in front of people's eyes, and all sorts of stuff, right? And I just feel numb to it all. You know, it comes to, I don't know if people just feel like, just like me, but I'm tired of so many things, including this world. I just don't see, I don't really have a motivation to do what I used to do anymore. I don't care. You know, I just I see it's not going to matter much longer with where the world's going, and including with stuff. It's just, it's I don't know, it's this weird feeling of, I don't really see a reason to be here on this earth anymore. Like, I don't really feel like I fit in or belong, or I don't really be here anymore. I don't know why that is, you know, everything, or, you know, that's or stuff. I don't feel like I fit in. You know, ever since I started studying spirituality and all these things, and prophecy and eschatology, and I've been, doing things differently from other perspectives, and I've been spending time with God, you know, especially, and I've kind of felt a connection there. I've been pulled away from a lot of things, and I just don't really see, like, you know, and everything. I don't care that much, right, you know, and everything. I guess you could say. You know, when you become a person who, I guess you could say, when you become a born-again believer, you become someone who changes, you don't look at the world the same anymore, you know, and everything. You start to see it from a spiritual, a big spiritual perspective. God starts to show you these things, and so you never look at things the same after that, including, you know, and everything. I don't know, it's just like, so many things have happened to me recently that made me see that this stuff maybe not worth it, or I don't know, you know, and everything. Like, when I go to the street too, it seems like I can't street properly anymore without my stuff just getting,
keep doing the show stuff, no way, show. Could have done days long.
I don't know. I reached my breaking point last night, practically. I reached my breaking point yesterday, pretty much to the point that I didn't want to do anything but sleep all day. Yesterday when after I got up, I didn't do nothing but sleep all day. I just wanted to, and everything. I wanted to stay in bed. Stuff like that, right? And things. Go to bed after recording. I didn't sleep all day, and I just, I felt completely drained. I didn't care, and I just wanted to leave. I wanted to leave this world. And the more and more about the day, I want to leave this world. I don't want to be here. I don't care to be here. With the way things are going, it just feels different to me. Like, I don't really fit in, or don't really have what I used to anymore. And everything and stuff. And I don't care. I just don't care. And everything. And I see the world falling apart and everything happening. Us probably going to war with Iran, and pretty soon, most stuff not really holding up much longer, to where I believe we're going to be out of here soon, and everything. And I'm just like, every day I question I question myself, is this stuff even worth it? Doesn't matter, or is
is it meaningful or does it mean or is it worth it? You know, and I get up every day and I think I reached that point earlier today or earlier yesterday where I just sat there. I just sat there, you know, and everything. And I just thought, and I just sat there and I think for a while about things, you know, and everything. Listen to music and doing stuff. I was just thinking to myself. I was like, does this even matter really when it comes to, you know, everything? Or, you know, I'm a person who tends to care deep down about a lot of things, and I'm a deep critical thinker, and a person who tends to really wonder about these things, you know. I'm a lot like my father in a sense that I'm a lot like my dad after he passed, and I've kind of ended up understanding, ended up like doing a lot of these things and adapting some of those things. I'm a lot like my dad, you know, very critical person who thinks about a lot of things on that level, you know, and everything. Like, oh, is this, you know, and stuff. Is this stuff, you know, even matter? I mean, I woke up at like 8 o'clock, you know, and everything, and I told myself, I don't know, you know, and everything, right? I was like, I feel like I bring a lot of motivation, inspiration to a lot of people, help them get through a lot of things, and they maybe feel just like me. I don't know, but I just kind of tell myself, you know, either am I crazy, or you know, or is the world going to hell? Because I sure feel like it is, you know, in my opinion. Am I crazy, or you know, is there something seriously wrong with me, right? Because this is why I go to therapy, you know, that right, you know, in all ways. Right? Tell myself, am I crazy with things I think, you know, and everything? Is my concept of the rapture and the way the world's going and what's happening? Is that me crazy? And this stuff is not, and you know, this stuff is not going to happen. It's just, you know, it's, you know, or, you know, and everything. Is this possibly, you know, me overthinking, you know, and everything, or stuff? Because I have a problem overthinking. I do, as a person. I overthink too, you know, and no, I really do think this is the year of the rapture. We just don't know when it is, but I often wonder, like, you know, am I crazy? You know, and everything with what I think, but then I'm like, no, I don't think I am. You know, and everything, you know, and stuff. Maybe I don't think I am crazy, but I feel like I'm one of the chosen or the elect, and I'm being led by God. I think He tells me things, or He makes me aware of stuff, or I get these feelings. I get this stuff where it leads me, and I get these things that lead me to intuition and a gut feeling. I get these things that lead me to telling people this stuff or showing people these things, for, you know, and everything. And I don't think it's for no reason, but I'm not sure, you know, and everything. But I feel like I actually get things from God. People are gonna think I'm insane because I'm crazy, but I actually get things from God. I believe that tell me what's coming or what these things are. I actually get you know, I get intuition, or I get things that lead me to this stuff, you know, and I feel like either gotta talk about it or show it. And it's like, am I crazy, or, you know, it's the stuff I see. I can just know this stuff because I either have discernment and I'm led to understand the stuff, and I can see it because I've got the ability to know because I'm led by the Spirit, or am I just imagining things, or has God really showed me? Has God really showed me this stuff, or has He made me aware? Has He really led me to these things, you know, and everything? And has He been showing me this stuff, or is it just, you know, me assuming what I see, you know, and everything? You know, and everything, or is it just, you know, and everything, or, you know, these things I'm noticing now, or have been led to, or is this me and my perspective, or is this like really me being made aware to understand this stuff, and I now can get it. I can really begin to interpret this stuff, including prophecy, because like I now have the ability to like understand it. You know, it's now being like I mean, it's not being revealed to me or being shown to me. In other words, I'm I can understand it. I'm able to know how to decode it or talk about it. In other words, other people can't. You know what I'm saying? In other words, we have the ability, and everything. In other words, can I understand it and interpret it because have that spiritual discernment? And everything. I don't know. So am I crazy or is this stuff, and everything is this stuff I see true? And is it being revealed to me and me help me seeing it for a reason, or me noticing it, or me being able to
Please, and I have a special guest, Dave. He is here to share his story about this deal he got. Wait till you hear it. Dave, hi, welcome to the show.
Well, thanks for having me, Julie. Yes, I didn't know it was a deal from the devil. I was 21 years old. I moved to Mission Viejo. I had some friends in the movie business. I had an aunt and her friend was in the movie business. But it was an hour commute to Hollywood, and I landed this agent, and this agent was pretty good. It had a bunch of the up-and-comers in this agency. I had auditions, so I was really excited. But I was working down in Laguna Hills and commuting an hour each way. But I have to say that I was saved at 19, and this is me at 21. I didn't read the Bible. I didn't know anything about the Bible. I didn't know Jesus. I loved Jesus. I was a new convert, if you will, living for the world. And this is what happened. And I had a couple of roommates in Mission Viejo out of this house. And one night, this sports came into my room and sat. I had a California king-size bed, and it sat right at my feet. And the feeling was absolute pure fear and foreboding. It was ominous. It was unnerving, to say the least. It started talking, this audio voice, and I just remember this impression at my feet was a heavy, heavy impression. Someone sitting there, and it started talking, and it started saying things that I didn't know were in the Bible, but now I do know that they were in the Bible, because the next day I'm going, oh, one of the things this thing said was over the hills of Judea, and I didn't even know what Judea was. And God showed me this Judean church, his people, the Israelite church, the Star of David, with the word Judea. And I'm like, oh, this thing was quoting scripture to me. That's how naive and young I was as a Christian. And so going back to the moment, I didn't stick around long enough to know it was any kind of deal from the devil. I'm like, what the heck's going on? I thought I was going crazy. And so I'm getting away from this voice, and I get into the hall bath. I can still hear my roommates snoring to the left and to the right. And I'm going, am I dreaming this? Am I awake? I wasn't sleeping. I could hear them snoring. And so, yeah. And so I said, I could still hear it talking. My door's open, and it's saying something to me. I heard my name. And I said, go away, hoping that my roommates are going to wake up. But I just said, go away. Now you have to hang in there for this whole story, because it makes sense as we go along of what this was. And it was told to me that this was the devil making a deal with me. So needless to say, after that, Julie, the bottom fell out, and I already made arrangements to move into this apartment up in Hollywood. I moved in. Bad things started happening, my truck breaking down. Everything told me that I can't be in California anymore. And I didn't know that was God at the time pulling me out of this situation.
So, Dave, going back to the voice, did you see anything? Was it just audio? or visual, both? What was that like?
I didn't see a dang thing. It was pitch black in my room. If you could picture being in a dream kind of state when it's dark, you're not sure what you're seeing. Even like getting up and using the bathroom late at night, you're just trying not to trip over things. It was pitch black, and I remember shimmering. I was so scared that I'm shimmering on the drywall. So the next day I had bloody, stabby back. So I was like, what the heck? I scraped my back on the drywall and then over a closet, getting away from this board. So it was real as Memorex. So let me get to me having to leave California after that. This is God pulling me back because I had to hightail it back to New Mexico. I ended up getting into the car business, ended up getting married, and she's a part of this when we started this carpet cleaning business. And this is fast forward to 2010, and we're unloading in front of a customer's house. She goes into the house first, and as soon as she goes in, I'm prompted. This is this heavenly thing, that moment that happened. I remember it was like I was on a carousel, and I turned to this garage, and there was heavenly beings around, weird lights going on. And I was prompted to look at this garage door, and on this garage door was a movie being played for me, and this young actor at the time, he's an up-and-comer. I barely knew his name, but I can see him talking like this on the garage door. And it was imparted to me as I'm watching this guy talk on the garage door. He took the deal. He took the deal from the devil, that the devil was trying to get to you in Mission Viejo at the foot of your bed, and God's bringing this remembrance back to me. I'm going, whoa, whoa, whoa. That evil voice who would take this gift, who would stick around and listen to this ominous evil voice. And as soon as I thought that, the answer came to me saying, Dave, this man wasn't saved. He took the deal. You were saved, and the devil was rolling the dice on you. That's why you felt this fear and foreboding, because
And I had that channel for 3 years. I lost it. I seriously could have been something way. Lost my hard work. I could have become the greatest
Now all these books I've read, I wonder if they really mean anything anymore. Maybe I was just read down a bad path. I don't know. All these books I was reading for months. All this knowledge I acquired by trying to understand. Was it ever even worth it? How many hours put into this stuff, and maybe it was just wasted. Forgot I had all these. I should go give these out to people, man. I need to give these out to people. I got so many of these. I don't know what to do with these. Yeah, I'm thinking about giving these out to people. I won't use them. Need to eat something.
Because he did not feel the same fear the devil was just taking a chance on.
Did you guys know that in order to get a platinum record, the record you work on has to sell 1 million copies? And in order to get the gold record, you have to sell 500,000 copies?
Me? And I was going, oh my gosh. So I'm in this trance.
Maybe God
Going
saved
into
me
this
from
customer's
something.
house, and it gets more and more intense.
Maybe He saved me from going down a bad path.
And everything that I'm saying right now
I
happened.
wouldn't
This
do
is
well
true.
in my life.
So I'm like, come outside to my wife at the time, and I told her, there was a movie that was playing right here on the garage door. I had this heavenly happening moment. And she's looking at me like I'm crazy. And she's like looking at her watch, going, let's just get out of here. You can tell me later. I'm like, okay. And I'm telling you, I wanted to cancel the job, you know? I'm in this trance the whole time. And then on our way home, and this is a miracle. And God will give these miracles and make it no doubt it was a miracle. I'm saying it was this guy, this actor. And she's like, yeah. And so we're driving home. And I'm going, you got to believe me here. And as I'm saying it's this guy, and I named his name, she got a ding on her phone. And this is where Facebook was fresh back in 2010. She had a friend request by this actor. By the same guy. We don't know him. He doesn't know us. By the same guy. And she goes, oh my gosh. And I remember going, what's with you now? And she goes, I was just friend request by the guy that you're talking about. I had to pull over and we did this Rain Man type of go into your happy place moment. We didn't even say anything. We're just like, what's going on? God will do things in a way that he'll get your attention. And I'm like, how is this possible? He doesn't know us. How is this? This is confirmation. And my wife at the time said, this is probably a fake account. And I'm like, but if you can see the forest through the trees, this was just confirmation. Even if this account was fake, isn't this confirmation that this heavenly moment just happened? But then he was talking to another Facebook person on his page, talking about a movie that he wants to do. It's been a childhood dream to do this particular comic style movie. And this came to fruition 3 to 4 years later. And so that was our confirmation that it was him, even though it was confirmed to us that this all happened to confirm this. But now it turns out it was him. And this is how God works. And it makes the hair on your neck stand up that this guy apparently took this mantle deal from the devil. But the devil tried to get to me. And this guy's younger than me. This guy is like 4 to 5 years younger. I'm 52 years old. And this guy's in his late 40s. And apparently he's on top to this day. I don't want to say his name because I don't want only some people know his name. I don't want to name drop. I don't want that type of controversy happening. I'm not here to call anyone out, to ruin anything, or to use someone's name to get publicity. That's not what I'm all about. But this really happened. And this guy's been on top since. He has many endorsement deals, and every time I see him, he pops up. I go, that's the guy that took the deal.
Wow, Dave, that is an incredible story. So tell me, with this dark visitation, how has God used this in your life? What has it done to make an impact on your life and even where you're at today?
That's a good question, Julie. Well, there was no doubt that God was pulling me out. There was no deal to be taken. Thank God I passed this test. I can imagine taking a deal from this voice or this entity, this feeling that some people do. And some people don't have the fear and foreboding when you hear of stars making a deal with the devil. They're not getting that same fear. If you are saved, you're going to feel that fear. But thank God I passed this test because I stayed carnal. I got back to New Mexico and I didn't change my ways. I was always a Jesus lover. I just never knew him. I never picked up the Bible. I didn't know about renewing your mind, reading the Bible to cleanse your feet. This is why Jesus cleansed the feet of the disciples, and he said, you're all clean but one. Because when you're walking with the Son of Man, it's like reading the Bible every day. And this is what cleanses you. This is what renews your mind. He's only asking for 2 commandments. Is you love our God with all your might and love your neighbor the same way. And this is what I had to learn. So in 2018, 19, God came after me again. Leaving the 99, he'll go after the one. Thank God he didn't give up on me. But he some things happened in my life where he had to take over and say, hey, look, Dave, if you follow me, I'm going to show you and reveal myself to you and who I am. You got to trust me. And I said, I have nothing else, Lord. I trust you. And this is when I started picking up the Bible to renew my mind, Romans 12:2. And it's just, I finally know who Jesus is. And thank God I didn't take this deal. And I just pray for the actor who did take the deal and all those entertainers who, this is the real deal. People actually accept a deal thinking that hell is a place where you can play your music, you can be celebrated with fun people. People have hell misconstrued that it's a fun place full of sinners and good jokes and good music, and good grog, good beer, good cocktails where, all the gossipers are down and you're sitting at a bar. And this is the deception of the devil. This is what the world thinks, that there is a hell. I don't want to be in heaven because heaven is not a fun place. It's all a deception. It's all a deception. Heaven is pure love. God is pure love.
I'm ready to punch the devil in the face. I'm ready for whatever's coming for me that day. But I downloaded about 3 or 4 months ago. And
thank God he didn't give up on me. And this is speaking to somebody. And Julie, I'm going to pray if that's okay with you. Can I pray?
It, or me being able to see things other people do not see because of the things I'm able to, other things I'm able to interpret or understand through spiritual discernment and by God or led by God, and everything, or to know, including with these books and all these things I have that I've been paying attention to, and everything. It's the stuff I'm seeing in the world. Is it supposed to go? It's supposed to go hand in hand with the things I'm being revealed, and everything. And is it time? And it might be shown these things because it might be shown these things because the times right now are the times to understand and know, to have the ability of discernment. It might be and reveal these things so I'll know what's to come, so I can prepare people or let people know or tell people, their guide and everything. And yes, I think I'm being led by God, but I don't know, and everything. I said I'm going crazy. I'm not crazy, and everything, the video, that I put out yesterday, I guess you could say, the video I put out yesterday, and everything, that I put out to people, and everything, and stuff. People think when I say things I do like the rapture and all this stuff, they say I'm crazy. I'm not crazy, You can go and look at it, read these things, and the only reason you're not going to be able to interpret it is you don't have the discernment and the spiritual perspective of God. That's only for the prophets and the chosen and the elect. And God gives that stuff to people he favors, and everything, and they can understand. They can see things other people cannot see. And they can say things and determine stuff other people cannot determine. They notice detail and things and stuff people do not notice. They're able to read things. I really do believe that. It's intuition. It's the ability to know. It's being led through all. It's having discernment where when you have the Spirit, you're led to all truth, which means you know. You know what's going on with something when you see it. You can know anything. And so when I talk, people think I'm crazy, but I'm not. Because and everything, right? And stuff. And things. But like I notice detail or patterns and stuff or themes that people do not notice, and everything. And that's the part of being chosen and one of the elect is that you're able to just have this concept of God showing you these things and you just know, and everything. And you can just tell. So, when you say something to somebody else, they can't really see it, but you can. I don't know. It's just, that's the thing. We just notice stuff with things when it comes to things. I don't know, and everything. The chosen and the elect. But we can notice perspectives and stuff even in people and things, patterns, and everything. And I think that a lot of us are being led to understand this stuff at a time like this right now. And a lot of us, and the ones that are having that being led like that are the chosen, the elect, and the prophets. The ones that are still on this earth to this day that God has handpicked or has favor on, or that is still being used for certain things. In other words, God has people that He has on this earth for stuff, and everything. And I think this year is a bigger. I think this year is a big, is one of the biggest years of them all, with all these signs happening in the world, and everything going on. And if people can see it, if you have eyes to see and ears to hear, you know what's going on. And all the signs there, including with Israel and the Middle East, it's not hard to notice, and everything. And they're not across it right. And the people like that have favor, they just can understand, and everything. And people think we're weird, people think we're crazy, they think we're strange, they hate us. I don't know, and everything. Yeah, I have to admit, there are days when I wake up and I question myself, am I crazy? Or am I going crazy? And everything. When I just notice stuff, and it just comes natural, and I just it just comes natural, or I'm just able to know, and it's really, and for most people, it's kind of a lot harder to understand that. But for us, but for the chosen, the elect, and for special, the ones that are favored by God, He gives us abilities and things I think other people don't get, or we're just different, and everything. I've always found myself, today's my birthday, right? I'm 28, and everything. But I've always kind of had this idea that when I was born, that I was a lot different from people, that I was a lot different from everyone else, in this world. When I was born, I was just, I was differently, I functioned and, I functioned and thought and went about things different than other people in this world, and everything. I was different. A lot of people even thought I was special. A lot of people even thought I was special when I was born, and I was special to, stuff, I was going to have, stuff in my future that was going to be part of stuff that was supposed to be special. In other words, people looked at me as like I was special to certain people, when it comes to, right? And they thought I had these abilities, stuff. So when I was born, when I was young, when I was born into the world as a baby, and later on I just had things that made me different, and I thought I would think and function and act different from other people. My brain would act totally different from other people and how they function with it. My brain would be totally different in how it functioned compared to a normal functioning human brain. My head would be different from other people and how they thought. My brain and the way I thought about things and the way I would do stuff would be totally different from the average person. So it says I think ever since I've been born, I've just been different in thought and functioned differently from everybody else. I've always kind of always kind of been a little bit strange and different from everybody else, in this world. People don't know this about me, when it comes to it, right? And I think people probably don't care really when it comes down to it. But when I was born, and everything into this world, and everything, my birthday was on April 21st, 1997. I was born in 1997. It comes right, and everything, and everything. When I was born, I almost died, and everything, and stuff. When I was born, I almost suffocated to death, and I wouldn't be in this world to this day. I really wouldn't. I almost suffocated to death and died of lack of oxygen as a baby. I didn't get enough oxygen to my brain, and everything when I was young, and it almost killed me. A lot of people would say that when I was born into this world, it was a miracle from God, and everything, in a lot of ways, right? They'd say I was a miracle baby or a miracle, and everything. So a lot of people would look at me as being special, and different from everyone else, different from a lot of people in this world and how I would function. and everything, right? And stuff. And I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for what happened, but I had to be put in on a ventilator, or I had to be put on oxygen when I was a baby, and I could have died. So when I was born, it's a miracle that I was even able to live and function and do normal things like an average, do normal things like an average, like the average person in this world, and be able to function and be able to operate like them. Really, when it gets down to it, because I didn't necessarily, things didn't necessarily work. Things didn't necessarily function well with me, or didn't function as normally like other people would, as other people would in this world. What is it? What am I trying to say? Things wouldn't things didn't necessarily function normally with me as other people in this world. As I got older and at a younger age, when I was growing up, I was just different and strange, and things were harder for me, and I acted differently from other people, and I always thought I was kind of a little bit different from this world, and a lot of people even looked at me as like I was special, and everything, and saw me like that. A lot of people in my life have looked at me as special and see me as something, and have this thing about me that other people that other people, that doesn't happen to a lot of people, and everything comes to that. And a lot of family members and people in my life, certain individuals, they see me as a person that they see me as a person that's special to them, or they think of me in a way that's different from other people. In other words, I guess you could say I got favor on my life, where I'm favored by a lot of people, and I guess God's favored me my whole life, because I've never really told anybody this, when it comes to writing. I've thought about this throughout my life, and I'm 28, and everything. I've had a lot of bad things happen to me throughout my life that should have killed me, or, I shouldn't be here to this day, or should have taken me out, and everything. And there were a lot of things that happened to me where I should have been dead, or I shouldn't be here, and everything. I've been through a lot of really hard difficulties and challenges and stuff that really I shouldn't be here, or shouldn't have survived, or would have taken someone else out, or would have taken somebody else out, or would have done a lot more to them, or they couldn't withstand or come back or carry things I carry, and everything, or they couldn't, they didn't have the ability to do the things like me. They would fall under the weight and pressure of what came to them, or what happened to them in their lives. They couldn't walk in my shoes, much less do what I do, and everything. Much less come back from proverbial, come back from going through hell for 3 years with your father dying from ALS, being sick and all sorts of stuff, and all these things. All these things should have killed me. I almost got beaten to death, and I survived. Luckily, I wasn't paralyzed, or anything happened to me, or I didn't end up in a wheelchair, or I didn't get maimed, or nothing, or I couldn't walk again, thank God, and everything, and stuff. What am I trying to say? Uh, um, what am I trying to say? Or nothing bad happened to me, after I took that beating, but I took a pretty serious beating, from my brother, that day when we were doing that, and stuff. But I've survived things that should have taken somebody out, killed them. Probably I shouldn't be here to this day, or I wouldn't be here, and everything. And a lot of things helped me get through stuff, and And I've survived a lot of stuff that would have done a person and probably would have made them quit or leave this world. They probably would have killed themselves or committed suicide, and uh, and they can't handle or be me or deal with things I've dealt with. They don't have the capabilities to go through what I've gone through, and be strong and tough and be that person that I am as an individual. They probably wouldn't have been able to live in a world like this like me. They don't have what I have, and that is, uh, toughness, courage, strength, the ability to overcome challenges, being a fighter, and just, just overcoming a lot, and I've always thought that, I guess I'm special or something because, it's, I feel like I shouldn't be here, and, and I'm here, and by some miracle, and it's hard, but I feel like I feel like I can't be here, and stuff like that, but, I just survived a lot. It should have taken someone out. I just feel like I feel like I shouldn't be here, but I am, and everything. And something was guarding my life. I feel like I had protection over my life. Like I've had protection over my life either from a young age or for a lot of things. And I've been guarded by stuff and things my whole life. That's why I've studied and looked into, trying to learn and figure out, and I've really been, I've really been, paying attention to and trying to understand about the chosen and the elect, and something keeps bringing me back to all that stuff. Every time I feel like I just can't go on, something leads me to it, and everything, and it gives me motivation to keep going. It does, and everything, and gives me a reason to see that, I'm not just some ordinary person, I'm special to God, He has helped me get through a lot of stuff, and I've had His life. He's either been protecting me through a lot of things, it comes out, and everything, or he's had His hand on my life, and I've had things guarding me from a young age through a lot of things and stuff that should have taken me out. I've had a lot of attacks and stuff coming against me, and a lot of challenges to try to get rid of me or take me out of this world. I've had a lot of oppression and stuff, a lot of really hard and difficult challenges. I've had things where I shouldn't be here, and I've had stuff trying to literally, come at me in my life to take me out. I feel it wants to take me out. I've had stuff try to literally take me out, get rid of me. I've had stuff told to me. It's the worst things you can imagine on this earth. It comes right, and everything. I've had the worst things you can imagine said to me, and I just try to be a good guy, do the best I can with everything while I'm still here, and or make do with things till I either leave this earth or, there is a rapture, but and everything. But I do my best. I've had the worst things said to me. I want you dead. And everything. I wish you were never born. And everything. You're the worst thing God ever created. And everything like that. And stuff. I want to kill you if I was around you. We were in the same room, you were around me. If I was around you, I would kill you and stuff. You know, we, if we keep living in the same household, I'm gonna hurt you, you know, and everything. And a lot of terrible things said to me as an individual, you know, and everything. That made me, which I'm gonna be honest with you guys, has made me not want to be here. I've considered leaving the world, you know, and everything. And I've also considered suicide, wanted to put a gun in my head and shoot myself, you know, and everything, right? Because I don't feel like I have a reason to want to be here, you know, and everything, right? And stuff, and a lot of things. Stuff really got to me last night, and it was horrible. You know, I know y'all probably heard it. I didn't edit out. I didn't edit out of the video. I wish I would have done that, but it doesn't really matter now. But I know y'all heard everything in the background when I was recording. I left the recording on by mistake. I don't really care anymore. But you know, and everything. But you know, I just finally had enough last night, and I wanted to give up, you know, and everything, and I wanted to leave, you know, with everything, and you know, and I had enough, and I just, you know, y'all guys don't know how much I've had. Y'all guys don't know how much horrible, bad things I've had to go through to get to where I am, and you don't know how much hell I've been through in the last 4 years, you know, and everything. It's been hard, you know, and everything, and losing my dad too really did a lot to me, you know, and everything, and stuff. Like I said, I almost gave up on life several times, including I wanted to commit suicide back a couple years ago, you know, and everything, and stuff, and things, and I just, it's just, you know, it's a miracle from God that I'm still here, and He's been watching over me and protecting me, and like, I know if no one cares about me, He does, and he finds me special, you know, and if no one cares about you either, if no one cares about you either, just realize He does care about you, and He loves you, He cares about you, He doesn't want bad things to happen to you, and you're special to Him, you know, and everything. If no one else really has anything for you, God does, you know, and everything. He's got me out of some of the worst places in my life I've ever been, and He saved me, you know, and everything. And He's helped me get through a lot of tough stuff when I wanted to just quit and give up, you know, and everything. And He's saved me from a lot of things when I don't deserve it, and I don't deserve it. It's not owed, and we don't, you know, we deserve way worse for what we do, you know, and everything, and you know, and things like this, and you know, Sundays, you know, and everything, and that's why He went to the cross to die for our sins, to save us from everything coming to the world, you know, and everything. He did it to me too, you know, and everything, and I've tried it, and I've changed a lot in my life, but I've come through a lot, man, you know, and everything. That should have taken a lot of people out, but man, I've just, you know, and everything. The things I've gone through, it's a miracle that I'm still here, because I didn't think I was ever going to get through it, you know, and everything. And I thought that this was going to be it for me, and I was going to give up, and everything's going to be done. And I was like, I was like, maybe this is it. I was going to have enough, you know. And every time I feel like I can't do it and go on, He gives me the motivation to go on and get back up and keep going and get back up and keep going and stand on my own 2 feet and push forward. He does, you know, and everything. And he has guided me through stuff and helped me through a lot of things, and everything. When I have nothing to lean on anymore and I don't know what to do, I go to God, and everything, and He helps me through a lot of stuff, and He can help you too, man. I know people don't, I know probably this isn't gonna reach anyone, but I know exactly how y'all feel and what it's like, and I can understand. I get that way too, a lot now, and everything. But God's helped me keep going forward when I have nothing left, and everything. I just leave it in His hands, and He works it out, and everything. And he gives me redemption, and he gives me redemption, and He gives me stuff for what happens to me. So I get I get the stuff in return for and everything. But yeah, today's a special day, man. Today was the day that I was born into the world, and everything. It was, and everything. Today's my birthday, and I just, I often wonder what would have happened if I was never born into this world, and everything, and if I would have died, how much things would change if I was not here, how much things would have changed if I would have committed suicide back about a couple of years ago. I was considering wanting to shoot myself with a gun, because and everything and stuff, and how it would have changed a lot of stuff, and and everything. And looking back on it, I lived because God saved me when I was born. He kept me from dying, and everything, and He saved me from suffocating to death. And when I was born into this world, a lot of people thought it was special, and everything, and would even called me being born a miracle, and everything and stuff, and it's hard, man, and everything, with the things I've had to go through, but I've overcome a lot in my life and everything, but but my birthday's different this year, This is the first year that this is the first birthday I've been without my dad, and everything too. And I was just thinking about that, like, yesterday, and everything too. I was just thinking about all this stuff, thinking about this stuff yesterday, a couple of hours ago, before, I got on here, before I went, before I got up to go, do other stuff, and I was just sitting there just thinking about all this stuff, including, and everything. But this is my first birthday without my dad, and everything. This is my first birthday since my dad died, he's deceased for a year, and everything, practically, and we're coming up, and the years coming up upon when he passed. I just, it really hurts, and everything with that, and I just, and everything. So, things don't feel the same anymore. They don't feel the same anymore, and it's just something about this year. Something about this just feels completely different, And I thought about not wanting to be here last night. I seriously wanted to leave this world. I did, after all that. I had enough. I just wanted to leave and give up everything. That was it. That's all. All I care about was leaving the world. I didn't want to be here. Finally reached the point. I reached my breaking point, and I finally just reached a point where I just gave up. I just wanted to give up. But I guess I keep finding something to fight for, as Joel told Ellie, and everything, right? And I keep getting back up, and I just stay down and not do anything. You know, just a person that continues to keep fighting, trying to go forward, even when things get tough. You know, and everything. And you know, and God gives me His grace and the ability to keep going when things get hard. And I rely on Him more than ever now. I rely on Him more than ever now when I don't have anybody in my life anymore. Like my father's gone. My friend Trav's not around anymore. Things are hard, you know. But I rely on God more than I have in a long time to have that relationship. And you know, He can help you too, man. He can help you get through a lot of things. And you know, I could look at it like we need God, man. We need God more than ever with this world, with the way things are going now, and like we need God to help, you know, with everything, and He's a big part of things. But you know, people, a lot of people come to kinds of realization that you know, having God, you know, you can't get a lot. It's really hard to get through this world without God and things when you know, with you where you are and stuff. It took me a long time to come back from everything I went through, but God helped me get through it. And yeah, God, you know, you don't realize that like it's hard to get through this world or to be able to deal with a lot of things without God. It's, you know, and everything. We can't do all these. We can't do everything on our own, man. It's impossible, you know, and everything. And it's just a struggle without God, you know. And so, like, you know, and everything. But yeah, it's going and everything. But I was just thinking, you know, what would have happened if I wasn't here? I would have shot myself that day, or I would have left this earth. Would have things been any different if I was gone, or would it have changed a lot of things? I don't know. Or would it have really mattered if I was here or not with what I do? You know, and everything. And does it really matter? You know, and stuff. And do people really even care, or is what I'm doing worth it? So, you know, and everything, right? And stuff. But I just came to that conclusion, you know, and everything. I came to that conclusion, thinking about all that stuff, just, you know, and everything. What would have happened if I wasn't here on this? Well, what would have happened if I was not here in this world today? And I never was born. If I never was, never survived, I never lived or was born into this world. You know, and everything.
Did you get it? I'm going to the store.
How?
You got it? Did you get your bag?
I wonder what it means. What I wonder, or I lately been thinking, especially recently, or the last couple of days. You know, would it be a lot? Would things be a lot better? And would things be a lot better? Would everything be a lot better? And sorry, would things be a lot better? And would it matter if I was gone? Would everyone just be happy if I just left this world? You know, and everything. And I wasn't here. You know, would stuff be a lot better if I just decided? Would stuff be a lot better if I just left this world, or would stuff be? Would things be would be much better if I just literally just decided to leave? You know, and everything. You know, you know, and everything, or just kill myself and then not be here. You know, would things be better if I decided to just, you know, just go, lead people's lives, and never be and not be here. Let's say I just